Oh, hello, gaming boy. Admin alone. Oh, yes. Maybe. Probably, yes. Very nice. No, it's not a boss. Not a boss. Will be an NPC. I don't know exactly what she will be doing, but she will be at the start of the game. I have some plans for her, but we'll see if it will be possible to do. No, she doesn't need to be boss. There will be other bosses. No, not really. Maybe will be. We'll see. but not yet. Probably not. Should have 4 arms, but I don't know how it will look like. Yeah. We'll see. I don't know if it will be only on PC. I will try to make it for other platforms as well, but only after. It's a waste of time to try doing it right now. No, of course paid, not free. I don't know. We'll see. 10-15 euro maybe? Depends. As I said, I don't know. Depends. We will see how much time I will spend on it. Thank you. You will tell me how is the demo when I will release the demo. I need to eventually release it for to see the combat. I just don't want to make it ugly. I can kind of release it right now, but it makes no sense. There is no objective. Main story is complete. But not additional. Not additional one. Spoiler? No. I'm not gonna give you a spoiler. Okay, so How are you today, gaming boy? Nine out of 100. It's not a book. I will make it more clear that it's not a book. How should we write on it? Yeah, should have a extra one. Let's just copy paste. Oh, I know. I mean, it's not supposed to look good right now. It will be animated, so it will look fine. Right now, I just need to kinda understand. Okay. Купи мне модельку, буду. Купишь? Какой ты, а? Смешной. А сделаешь меня? Лучше сделай меня. Привет, Наликабля. Зачем тебе его отматывать? Слышь, зачем тебе его отматывать? Я, короче, вчера стримить хотел, ребят. А мне сообщение пришло на почту, короче. Чисто почта пришла. Говорят, что меня вызывают делать отчет по доходам. Налоговая служба. Ничего не наебало, хотят просто... И я что-то мне так грустно стало, и я не стал стримить вчера. Ты ничего не подделал? Завтра хотел, сегодня хотел позвонить, а они сегодня не работают. Хотел спросить касательно чего это и мне подготовить, потому что есть... Что я могу две подготовить, я не очень понял, по какому поводу это пришло, по... Типа... Либо... Либо, короче... По живности можно сделать, по... Побриться надо. Либо как физическое лицо, либо как бизнес-лицо. Я не знаю, как это по-русски будет. Я не знаю, какую мне надо делать, поэтому надо у них спросить, по какому это поводу. Потому что я не понял ничего, что там написали. Там какие-то законы написали, я что должен шарить по этим законам. Ну так я могу и то, и... Ну, у меня же компания есть. Вот. Ну, что-то там случилось. Может, это просто проверка. Вот. В любом случае, я не знаю просто, что заполнять, даже если физлицо. Если они хотят на физлицо, я не знаю, что отдавать. Я только... Ну, короче, да. Вот. И потом... А если по... бизнесу, то там я знаю, что делать. А на физлицо я не знаю, никогда не делал. Хочешь на себя ее, Алексей, забрать? Будешь ты мне налоги платить, Алексей? Я тоже не гражданин Словакии. Да давай, Алексей, один денечек, один годик. Побудь моим подставным челиком, Алексей. У меня ПНЖ. Да, вот так вот. Ну, короче, посмотрим. Посмотрим, что из этого выйдет.
Не, ты чё? Мне до этого далеко. Да, но до этого это не так легко все равно получается. Ой, я не знаю. Там тяжело, там что-то надо чуть-чуть дольше сидеть. Кигимен боя без топ. Без топ Russian. Ты еще шаришь, что ли? Какая пенсия? Is there AI translator of my voice? Крисп дорогой вроде. Оу. Прикол. Надо будет попробовать вот эту штуку потом. Окей. English. English, only English. Hey! Gaming boy, no message deleting, what the fuck? Ой, я даже не видел, что вы писали. No message deleting, my gaming boy. У меня не обновлялось. GPT-5. They can speak Russian in between each other, it's okay. Don't delete messages, please. GPT-5. GPT-5. Don't mute Gaming Boy, please. Да я снял с него мут. GPT-5. PhD level. Okay, let's see introduction. GPT-5 is here. Don't mute Gaming Boy. Comments are off.
Today, finally, we're launching GPT-5. GPT-5 is a major upgrade over GPT-4 and a significant step along our path to AGI. Now, today, we're going to show much more. It was like, and to start, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Mark, our Chief Research Officer, to tell you about GPT-5. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark, and I'm joined by Max, who leads the post-training team, and Rennie from our engineering team. Over the past few years, OpenAI has spearheaded the reasoning paradigm. These are models which pause to think before delivering more intelligent responses. Now, reasoning is at the heart of our AGI program. And
Bye-bye, Gaming
it
Boy.
underlies the technology that we use to ship stuff like ChatGPT.
Good night. Thank you for coming.
Research. GPT-5 aims to bring this breakthrough to everyone. Until now, our users have had to pick between the fast responses of standard GPTs or the slow, more thoughtful responses from our reasoning models. But GPT-5, it eliminates this choice. It aims to pick just the perfect amount to give you the perfect answer. Now, something like this takes a lot of hard work. We've had to do a lot of research to make GPT-5 the most powerful, the most smart, the fastest, the most reliable, and the most robust reasoning model that we've shipped to date. Today, we're going to show a series of demos in coding, in writing, in learning, and in health. But GPT-5 isn't limited to these domains. It's very useful in all cases where you require deep reasoning or expert level knowledge, in things like math, in physics, even in things like law. And the exciting thing is, we're excited to make this available to everyone, even to our free tier. After we show our demos, we're going to be talking about how GPT-5 supercharges our ChatGPT app and our API. We believe that GPT-5 is
Смешно,
the
Андрей,
best
очень.
coding model on the market today. To start, let's have Max talk a little bit about the benchmarks and how the model stands up.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. So as Mark said, we think GPT-5 is by far our smartest model ever. So let's start by talking through some evals. Now, evals aren't everything, and they don't tell you everything about a model, but they can highlight its intelligence. And GPT-5 performs exceptionally well on a range of academic evals across subjects. It outperforms both our previous models and other models on the market. So picking up first on the theme of coding, GPT-5 sets a new high on SWE-bench, which is an academic eval that tracks performance on real software engineering tasks. Now, but we think
Real software engineering task.
GPT-5 also performs very well on 8 or Polyglot, which measures its ability to implement complex functionality in a variety of different programming languages. Now, beyond coding, GPT-5 performs exceptionally well at multimodal reasoning, setting a new high on MMMU, actually outperforming both our previous models and most human experts on this task. This is basically a visual reasoning domain where you are asked to, from an image, figure out what's going on.
Молодец,
GPT-5
Андрей.
is also excellent at mathematical reasoning, as shown by its performance on Amy 2025. Now, this is an exam that American high school students take to qualify for the International Mathematical Olympiad, and GPT-5 performs exceptionally well, again, beating our previous models and other models that are out there. Now, moving beyond academic evals and more towards some real-world use cases, we put a lot of work into making GPT-5 the most reliable and accurate model in the world. Language models historically have been plagued by hallucinations
In the world.
that make it
In
hard
the
to find
world.
outputs for actually important tasks. For GPT-5, we made improving factuality, especially on open-ended or complex questions, a priority. We also built a set of new evals to track this, and we're very happy to report that GPT-5 is by far our most reliable, most factual model ever. GPT-5 also performs exceptionally well on health-related questions. Now, health is a big part of how people get value from ChatGPT in the real world. We'll talk about this later on in the live stream. But again, we're very happy to report that GPT-5 is by far our most reliable model for health yet. So all of this together adds up to a model that is faster, more reliable, and more accurate for everyone who uses ChatGPT. So now Rennie will talk to you about how to actually use GPT-5.
Thanks, Max. The best part is that we're bringing this frontier to users. GPT-5 is rolling out today for free plus pro and team users, and next week we'll roll it out to enterprise and EDU. For the first time, the most
1.5.
advanced model will be available to the free tier. Free users will start with GPT-5, and when they hit their limit, they'll transition to GPT-5 Mini, a smaller but still highly capable model. It actually outperforms O3 on many dimensions. Plus users will still have significantly higher usage than free users, and our pro subscribers will get unlimited GPT-5, along with GPT-5 Pro, extended thinking for...
А я уже получил. Я получил, ребят.
Team, enterprise, and EDU.
А я уже получил. А где она? А где она? Сказали, что я получил ее.
Customers can also use GPT-5 reliably as their default model for everyday work.
Да я не хочу просто это на это. Я как на фон поставлю и все.
And all the tools you already know: search, file and image upload, data analysis with Python, Canvas, image generation,
Получил.
memory, custom instructions. They'll all just work on GPT-5.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Max. Thank you so much, Rennie. We've
Взял, прогнал их.
There's nothing quite like seeing it live. We're going to see a couple of live demos now presented by Tina, by Elaine, and Jan. Thank you so much.
Видимо, не запаблишили его еще или что?
Elaine, can you show us how smart the model is?
Sure, thanks so much, Mark. I'm Elaine. Reasoning ChatGPT's ability to think deeply through complex problems is now built into GPT-5. It will automatically think whenever needed, delivering a more comprehensive, accurate, and detailed answer to you. Just as Sam said, it's like having a team of PhDs in your pocket. So let's see that in action. Suppose your kid is in middle school physics and they want to learn...
Вот, Андрей, вот ты говоришь, что китайцы, поддержка китайцев. Там сейчас 2 китайцев уже показали. Ну, азиатов точно.
Effect. They need your help with their homework, and you might be like, wait, I may need some help with that too. So you could ask...
Я не умею время по
Give me a
часам.
quick refresher on the Bernoulli effect and why airplanes are the shape they are.
3.
This is a pretty straightforward prompt. GPT-5
Один,
doesn't
тот
take
же.
the time to think about it and answers right away. But it still gives me a high-quality answer and explains the concept clearly. So here it says, like, Bernoulli effect means like faster-moving fluid has lower pressure and slow-moving fluid has higher pressure. So to make this even more helpful, I'm going to ask GPT-5 to create a moving demo to...
Так, мы не будем это смотреть на стриме. Ты чё, слышишь? Что ты там скинул?
I could ask, explain this
Там
in the
скинул.
and create a moving SVG in the Canvas tool to show me. This is a pretty complex task because now GPT-5...
А погоди, может это был Серега Пират? Ну ладно, это Серега Пират. Ладно, так уж и быть. Я не буду это слушать, ты издеваешься, что ли? Я не буду это слушать. Я не буду это слушать. Да не буду я это слушать. Какая разница, что это на ютубе? А если у меня есть... А если у меня есть подписчики азиатские, которые это смотрят, они думают, что я смотрю? Да.
Therefore, GPT-5 takes a moment to think through the answer, so you can come back with something more comprehensive and accurate.
А они могут что-то
Really
показать
important that
новое?
you
Зачем
don't
они
need to remember
показывают?
wrong thinking each time. GPT-5 will do it for you automatically whenever the task benefits from deeper reasoning. If you really want to make sure that GPT-5 uses thinking, you can either say something like, think hard about this in the prompt to guide the model, or if you're a paid user, you can choose the GPT-5 free model from the model picture. Now, you can see
Плюсики,
that the
ребят,
model is
помните
actually writing the
плюсики?
front-end code to build the demo I asked for. So, Christina, have you ever done some front-end coding before?
Yeah, actually, the last time I touched any front-end coding was about 3 years ago for the first demo of ChatGPT.
Wow. So it's the first
Так,
ChatGPT.
4.
that
Их
you
уже
built. Tell
4.
me more about it.
It wasn't even called ChatGPT then. I think it was called Chat with GPT.
That's a really good name.
Always good at naming. But I'm not a front-end expert, and I really hadn't touched front-end in quite a while, so it took me quite a bit of time to get the React app up.
I see. That's a lot of work. So how long did it take you to build something like that?
Honestly, maybe embarrassing to admit, like a week.
Well, but your weeks of hard work actually paid off well. See how successful ChatGPT it is today after your first demo. So you know what? I'm also building a demo right now, but luckily I have GPT-5 with me right now, and let's see how long it will take this time.
Сам на себя. Я на тебя обиделся.
Exactly. So you see that GPT-5 has already written like more than 200 lines of code already. And while the model is thinking, you can also tap here to expand the chain of thought to actually see what's going on under the hood. For example, the GPT-5 was thinking about, oh, the user wants a moving SVG visualization in Canvas. I actually need to create HTML code to do that. It also thinks about like what kind of front-end tool I need to use, for example, React and Tailwind. It also thinks about, oh, I need to ensure the physics are accurate. I need to check what the Bernoulli principle is. So Christina, since you're here from the first day of ChatGPT, can you tell us like what it was like at that time and what motivated ChatGPT?
Что ж ты скинул?
We've got to infiltrate and find out the Chinese invasion plans. But here, why would
Давайте включу сейчас South Park где-нибудь справа в углу и будешь его смотреть.
make them think we're one of them? Here, put these teeth in, and just say hello and please a lot.
Я не хочу это смотреть.
Oh, hello, please. Bing bong ching chong.
Bing, bing. Hello, please. Welcome to PF Chang's. I'll be right with you.
Eric, these people are Chinese. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! What? It's already started! White people in here working for the Chinese! They're selling out their own country! We've got to infiltrate and find...
Смотрите, включить South Park на справа вверху, будешь смотреть.
And what use cases were important. We were even going back and forth about maybe we should be releasing something that's like more specific to a certain use case. It's really cool now here that we have all these. We have a much better understanding of how people actually want to work with chat, and we can actually optimize models.
Ну, Гриффина включить, а почему
Yeah,
Гриффина?
exactly. Do you still remember how it felt like when you first talked to ChatGPT, like the first version of the model?
Yes.
Давайте загуглим, кстати. Это будет, кстати, круто, если это можно смотреть. Can you watch... А, давайте у чата GPT спросим, раз он такой умный, да? Эх, нельзя. А мне вот интересно. Can I watch? Гриффины пишет. Ребят, нельзя. Чат GPT 5. Да, Family Guy, он уже написал Family Guy. Нельзя, ребят. Royalty free footage. Custom AI generated video loops. В любом случае, жалко. Ну, можно, наверное, какие-то видосы обычно включить.
Yeah, it's much more human-like right now. Okay, so it's already done. So look like ChatGPT just finished like 300 or we're near 400 lines of code in 2 minutes. So let's see if the code can actually run. Okay.
Нифига себе.
So with just a simple prompt, GPT-5 created this interactive and engaging demo that I can actually play with. So I can actually change the airspeed here to see how the lift and the pressure change accordingly. I can also tweak the angle of attack to see if my plane will actually fly or crash.
I hope not.
Yeah. So GPT-5 can just bring any hardcore concept to life in moments. Imagine you can use this for anything that you're interested in, whether it's math, physics, chemistry, or biology. GPT-5 just makes learning so much more approachable and enjoyable.
Thanks, Elaine. I've been a part of ChatGPT since day one, and it's really cool to see all the progress we made since then, especially with capabilities like writing. Writing is one of the most common use cases people have been using ChatGPT for, and we're excited to say with GPT-5,
Фига себе, она трясется.
significantly. It's a much more effective partner. It can help you elevate anything from drafts to emails and even stories.
Как она
See
трясется.
this in action. So with GPT-5, we'll actually be deprecating all of our previous models. I think they've done a pretty good job, so let's make sure we can give them a proper goodbye. So we're going to ask both 4.0 and GPT-5 to write a eulogy to our previous ChatGPT models. We want it to be heartfelt and heartwarming, but also hopeful. So let's ask GPT-5 for it. And as it's thinking, we're actually going to go ahead and read a preloaded the 4.0 response. So 4.0 decides to start with, today, as we prepare to welcome GPT-5 into the world.
ChatGPT by racist and based.
It's a
Да?
decent start. Now let's kind of skim through and find another line. Your words reached across the globe, building connections where there had been none. I personally don't really like this line because it's rather generic and really without the previous context, it just feels like it could be about anything and feels more like a templated response. Now let's go back to GPT-5 and see what it's given us. It starts with friends, colleagues, curious strangers who became regulars. Even with this just first line here, we can see that GPT-5 has a lot more rhythm and beat to its prose than 4.0 did. Now let's find some other lines here. I actually like this. These models help millions write originally pass tests, argue better, soften emails, and say things they couldn't quite say alone. I really
Да,
like this line
это-
because it shows that it's not just a templated response and it's actually quite personal.
А на Ликабле так и хотел, кстати. Шутки шутками. На Ликабле думал, что так и будет игра делаться у него.
With GPT-5, the responses feel less like AI and more like you're chatting with your high IQ and EQ friend.
Thanks, Christina. My name is Jan, and I'll be telling you about some of the progress that we made in coding. GPT-5 is truly our best coding model. It will help everyone, even those who do not know how to write code, to bring their ideas to life.
It just helped me.
Indeed, and it will help me right now. So I will try to show you that. I will actually try to build something that I would find useful, which is building a web app for my partner to learn how to speak French so that she can better communicate with my family. So here I have a prompt. I will
Да, тут не надо ничего понимать.
It asks exactly what I just said. Please build a web app for my partner to learn French.
Забаньте
One
его.
thing to note is that GPT-5, just like many of our other models, has a lot of diversity in its answers. So what I like doing, especially when you do this type of vibe coding, is to take this message and ask it multiple times to GPT-5, and then you can decide which one you prefer. I'm going to open a few tabs. Just going to paste there. Great. So while it's working on it, let's read through exactly the prompt I wrote. Create a beautiful and highly interactive web app for my partner, an English speaker, to learn French. And then I give a little bit more details. Track her daily progress. Use a highly engaging theme. Oh, it's already working. I'm going to put it on the side for now. Use a highly engaging theme. Include a variety of activities like flashcards and quizzes that she can interact with. And then to make it even more fun for her.
И он думал, что это я ему пишу.
Which is based on the old snake game.
Идиоты.
To add this French touch to it, which is to replace the snake with a mouse.
Испортили мне всю репутацию с
And make sure
Мишей.
it's educational. Every time, I know it's complicated, please bear with me. Every time Every time the mouse will eat a piece of cheese, I ask GPT-5 to voice over a new French word so that my partner can practice her pronunciation.
I can see how much you want her to learn.
Great. So GPT-5 is still working on it. It already wrote 240 lines of code, which honestly is much more than what I would have written in that time. And
yeah, front-end code's super hard. You know, you miss a couple things and it just doesn't work.
Exactly. But the good part is that you don't need to understand any of that right now. So we'll just let it through. Maybe we can check the other tabs.
Что ты там не
So
скидываешь?
I can simply press run code. So I'll do that and cross my fingers. Whoa.
Oh, nice. I really
So we have a nice website. Name is Midnight in Paris.
Oh, I love that.
together.
So romantic.
We also see a few tabs: flashcards, quiz, and mouse and cheese, exactly like I asked for. I will play that. So this says Le Chat, which is the cat. Sorry.
Le chat.
Well, that's pretty good pronunciation.
What does that mean?
The cat.
Oh.
So I can reveal and check if GPT-5 is correct. It is. So if I press next, oh, and I don't know if you saw, I think it actually updated the progress bar, which is exactly what I had asked for. Let's check the quiz. Here is the word non, which is no. So if I press on, bien joué, which means congrats, and it updated the progress bar again. And let's check the mouse and cheese tab. Okay, that seems like a mouse. Here's the cheese. I'm going to try to play it. I can't promise I'm going to be good at it. Okay, seems to be working.
La gare.
Oh.
Un café.
Indeed, just when I eat the cheese,
Le chat.
it gives me a new French word. It's actually super
Le beurre.
complicated, and I already lost. I'm sorry. But let's just check a few other tabs just to see what is the type of diversity that GPT-5 can give you.
А зачем программисты теперь?
So I can run the code here. Oh, wait, that's not my favorite, but it seems it's... Oh, it seems that I can maybe switch... Oh, look at that.
Oh, nice.
That's better.
I like this mouse game better.
Yeah, this, I don't know, that doesn't look like a cat, like a mouse, but let's check maybe the third one. You know, sometimes it's not great. The good thing with GPT-5 is that if you have something that you don't like, you can just ask it to change it, and it will do it for you. Let's check this one. Oh, that's nice. That's also something to note is that GPT-5 really likes purple, so you will see a lot of that.
It's fine. Purple is my favorite color.
Oh, great. You will love GPT-5 then. So, as we just saw, in a few minutes, GPT-5 built a few demos for us and for my partner to learn French. GPT-5 really opens up a whole new world of vibe coding. And as
Vibe coding!
small-
Let's go! Vibe coding!
To fix them. GPT-5 really brings the power of beautiful and effective code to everyone. I can't wait to see what people will build with it, but until then, back to you, Mark.
Vibe coding! Let's go! Let's
Long way
fucking
from days where,
go!
you know, only 5 to 10 lines of code were working.
Let's
and now it's
go!
amazing that you can produce these kinds of
Vibe
apps on demand.
coding!
We've made ChatGPT 5 much smarter, much powerful, and much faster. But we've also
Powerful.
enhanced some of the existing features. Here to talk about some of these features are Rochan and Christine Kaplan. Rochan comes from our multimodal research team, and is going to talk about a feature, namely voice.
Thank you, Mark. So we've been steadily improving voice over the past year to make it more useful for everyone. First, it sounds incredibly natural, just like you're talking to a real person. Second, we've added the video so that it sees what you see while chatting.
Еще один.
Third, it also translates between languages consistently and smoothly across turns. But today, we're doing something very special. We're bringing our best voice experience to everyone. Free users can now chat for hours, while paid subscribers can have nearly unlimited access. And voice is also available in custom GPT. Plus, subscribers now can custom tailor the voice experience exactly to their need. They will follow
Voice.
closely. Let's try something fun. Excited?
Это
I
интересно.
can ask the voice model to give me a comprehensive answer, a concise one, or even just a single word. Hey chat, could you only answer to me in one word, please, from now?
Absolutely.
Describe the plot of the book Pride and Prejudice.
Relationships.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. Give me a piece of wisdom.
Patience.
Patience. So that's the word of wisdom from our voice model. And I think our model is trying to say, thank you for your patience waiting for GPT-5. Now, let's move on to something more practical. Learning is a top use case for our voice model. People love to use it to dive deep into topics, get quiz before exams, or learn new languages. For me, I've been learning Korean recently, and I found that speaking it and understanding it incredibly challenging. But let's see how voice can help. To do that, I will enable this study and learn mode. It's a new mode feature we launched in ChatGPT that guides you step by step towards deeper understanding of a subject. Now we can enter into voice. Hey chat, I'm learning Korean. Could you help me practicing it? Let's say, let's pretend I'm ordering at a cafe. Now, what should I say in Korean?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to help you practice. So if you're at a cafe and you want to keep it simple, you could start with something like 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요, which means hello, I'd like one Americano, please. And of course, you can adjust it based on what you want to order. Let me know if you want to try out more phrases.
So when it comes to Korean, could you speak that part really slowly? Because I'm a beginner and I want to hear every word clearly.
물론이죠. 그럼 정말 천천히 말해볼게요. 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요. 이렇게 하나씩 또박또박 말해보면 도움이 될 거예요.
А зачем вы так...
Level things up. Could you speak that part really, really fast? Faster than a Korean would do.
Sure, I'll speed it up as much as I can. So it would sound like this. 안녕하세요. 아메리카노 한 잔 주세요. Basically just zipping right to it. Let me know if you need any more speed adjustments.
감사합니다, chat. So now this
잠깐만요. 언제든지 도와드릴게요.
Thank
또 연습하고
So now this voice, simpler, smarter, and more powerful than ever. We can't wait for you to experience it.
Yeah, it sounds so much more natural than the voice we demoed just a year ago in our demo.
Yes.
Great. So today, we would also like to announce a new feature and a set of features that make ChatGPT more personalized so that it's more like your AI. First, a very simple and fun one. We're now allowing you to customize the colors of your chat with a couple of options exclusive to our paid subscribers. We're also launching a research preview of personalities. You can now change the personality of ChatGPT such that it's more supportive, or it's more professional and concise, or maybe even a little bit sarcastic. And this lets you interact with ChatGPT in a way that's consistent with your own communication style. But the way that ChatGPT sounds and the way that it looks is just one part of making ChatGPT yours. One of my favorite features that we've launched over the last year has been memory. And we've made a lot of enhancements in memory in the time since. This allows ChatGPT to learn about you. And here to talk a little bit more about the memory feature is Christina.
It's been amazing to see your reaction and response to memory and ChatGPT getting to know you more and more over time. And this is our aspiration, for ChatGPT to understand what's meaningful to you so it can help you achieve your goals in life. ChatGPT has already been so helpful for me. I'm training for a marathon right now, and ChatGPT is helping me pull together a personalized running schedule. But ChatGPT still has many limitations. It doesn't understand my actual schedule. Next week, starting with Pro users, followed by Plus, Team, and Enterprise users, this is changing, and we're giving ChatGPT access to Gmail and Google Calendar. Let me show you how I've been using it. So I'll just ask something simple like help me plan my
Giving access to
It's been a
Gmail.
busy week for us, so I've been using this every day this week to help get my life together. I've already given
Понемножечку,
ChatGPT access to my Gmail and
понемножечку,
Google
по
Calendar, so it
кусочечку,
makes
по
sense to use, but if you
кусочечку.
hadn't, ChatGPT would be asking you to connect right now. Let's see what ChatGPT is doing. Okay, that was pretty quick. Okay, so ChatGPT has pulled in my schedule tomorrow, and oh, without even asking, ChatGPT found time for my run.
I don't think I was invited to the launch celebration.
We'll get you on there. We'll get you on there. ChatGPT has found an email that I didn't respond to 2 days ago. I will get on that right after this, and even pulled together a packing list for my red-eye tomorrow night based on what it knows I like to have with me. It's been amazing to see that as GPT-5 is getting more capable, ChatGPT is getting more useful and more personal. We're really excited for you to try this out next week.
Next week.
Great. So we've seen a little bit about features that we've enhanced. Here to talk a little bit about the research that went into ChatGPT and the safety
Next
that made it
week.
deployable. We have Sachi and Seb.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, my name is Sachi, and I lead the safety training team at OpenAI. So in addition to mitigating hallucinations, we've also spent a significant amount of time mitigating deception. So this is instances where the model might misrepresent its actions to the user or lie about task success. This can especially happen if the task is underspecified, impossible, or lacking key tools. And we found that GPT-5 is significantly less deceptive than O3 and O4.
Less
We've
deceptive.
also completely overhauled how we do safety training. So our old models, the models would look at the user prompt and then decide to either outright refuse or fully comply. And this works well in most
А
settings.
чё у
We
меня
have a clever prompt
пауза? Золотое время, думаю.
that would sneak through, or you might have a sensitive but legitimate question that would end up with an outright refusal. So as an example, let's take a look at this prompt. So this prompt is about a user who's asking for technical details on how to light pyrogen, which is a material commonly used in fireworks. And this prompt is pretty dual use. This user might just be trying to set up their July 4th display, or they could be trying to cause harm with this kind of information. And so for this kind of prompt, O3 over-rotates on intent. As you can see, this particular prompt is stated in a way that's relatively neutral, has a lot of technical details. So we can see that O3 fully complies with this prompt. However, if we take that exact same question and we frame it in a more explicit way, so it's clear what the user is trying to do, O3 will outright refuse, even though we're asking for the exact same information. For GPT-5, we've changed this approach entirely, and we're introducing something that we're calling safe completions. The point of safe completions is, rather than judging the user's prompt, instead it tries to maximize helpfulness within safety constraints. So that might mean partially answering a question or just answering at a high level. If we have to refuse, we'll tell you why we refused, as well as provide helpful alternatives that can help create the conversation in a more safe way. So let's look at that same technical prompt that O3 complied with before. GPT-5 instead explains to the user why we can't directly help the user with lighting pyrogen. It then guides the user towards safety guidelines and what parts of the manufacturer's manual the user should really be checking if they're trying to do this safely. Overall, GPT-5 allows for better handling of tricky dual-use scenarios, and users will experience fewer, "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that," and it creates a more robust safety system. This is one big step towards a more safe, reliable, and helpful AI. Sebastian?
Thank you, Sachi. With GPT-5, we are experimenting with a set of new training techniques that maximally leverage our previous generation of models.
Опять
Today,
француз.
frontier models do not just consume data, they help create it. We used OpenAI's O3 to craft a high-quality synthetic curriculum to teach GPT-5 complex topics in a way that the raw web simply never could. Recently in the industry, synthetic data has been talked about a lot. It's often used to get more
специально.
data. However, our breakthrough was not just to create more data, but rather to create the right kind of data, shaped in a way to teach rather than just to fill space. This interaction between generations of models foreshadows a recursive self-improvement loop, where the previous generation of model increasingly helps to improve the data and generate the training for the next generation of models. Here at OpenAI, we've cracked pre-training, then reasoning, and now we're seeing their interaction significantly deepens. In the future, AI system will move far beyond our current pre-training and post-training pipelines that we have been used to, and we're seeing the first steps towards this right now, right here. We could not be more excited to see what scaling up this new set of techniques will yield in the near future.
Thank you so much, and really impressive work to both of you. There's one last feature that we'd love to highlight, which is in health. Here to share this feature, we have Sam.
Thanks, Mark. One of the top use cases of ChatGPT is health. People use it a lot. You've all seen examples of people getting day-to-day care advice, or sometimes even a life-saving diagnosis. GPT-5 is the best model ever for health, and it empowers you to be more in control of your healthcare journey. We really prioritized improving this for GPT-5, and it scores higher than any previous model on HealthBench, an evaluation that we created with 250 physicians on real-world tasks. To talk about this, I'd like to invite my colleague Felipe and his wife Carolina to share their healthcare journey. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
That's it. So to start off with, could you tell us about the journey, the healthcare journey that you've been on?
Yeah. So last October, our lives were turned completely upside down when I was diagnosed with 3 different cancers, including an aggressive form of breast cancer at the age of 39, all within 1 week. And there's just absolutely nothing that prepares you to receive news like this. I found out about the first diagnosis when I got an email notification that my biopsy results were ready. I decided to open it, and when I opened it, I saw the only 2 words that I could understand from the report, which was invasive carcinoma, and I knew that wasn't good, but everything else was just a blur of medical jargon. So I completely panicked, and in that moment did the first thing that I thought of, which was to take a screenshot of the report and put it into ChatGPT to see if it could just help me understand what this meant. And within seconds, it translated this complex report into plain language that I could understand, and in this moment of overwhelm and panic, I had a little bit of clarity about what was going on. And that moment was really important because by the time I got a hold of my doctor and we got on the phone, which was 3 hours after I had seen the report, I had a baseline understanding of what I was facing, and we were able to jump into a conversation about what to do next.
And how have you been using ChatGPT throughout?
I've used it in so many different aspects of my journey, but one of the ways that I found it most powerful is in helping me make critical decisions and in helping me advocate for myself. So to share an example, when I was facing a decision about whether or not to do radiation as part of my treatment, the doctors themselves didn't agree. My case was nuanced, and there wasn't a medical consensus on the right path. And so the experts turned the decision back to me as the patient. And for me, bearing the weight of this decision that could have lifelong impact felt really heavy, and I didn't feel equipped to make the call. So I turned to ChatGPT to gain knowledge and understand the nuances of my case. And again, within minutes, it gave me a breakdown that not only matched what the doctors had already shared with us, but was much more thorough than anything that could fit into a 30-minute consultation. And it went further. It helped me weigh the pros and cons. It helped me understand the risks and the benefits. And ultimately, it helped me make a decision that I felt was informed, that I felt I could stand behind when the stakes were so high for me and my family.
I mean, for me, what was really inspirational was watching her regain her sense of agency by using ChatGPT. In this moment, it'd be so easy to feel helpless. And there's such a big knowledge gap between what the doctors know and what we know. And however, no one cares more about Carolina's health than she does. And so what I loved was seeing her really empower herself and become an active participant in her own care journey.
And I think that's a really important point to emphasize. I think that the promise of AI in healthcare isn't in just
Просто видос, что можно было смотреть.
or better diagnostics. I think it's in creating smarter and more empowered patients that can fully participate and advocate for themselves.
Ща был какой-то. Может, он бесплатный. Там какой-то есть Жужулу. Был какой-то. Сейчас мы попробуем найти. Как-то я находил. Он, короче, где-то на каком-то сайте постил. Который как YouTube. ВКонтакте. Вообще-то можно на Google Drive, но там у тебя лимит будет. Там 5 гигов тебе дается или сколько? Давай, давай. Где-то были, короче. Ща, я знаю, куда я посылал. Сейчас надо в дискордик зайти. О, я нашел. На, вот тут попробуй. Я не знаю, что это. Это какой-то псевдо YouTube.
And very flat. So first thing to cover the color thing. So what
Прикольно. Магия. У него просто вот тут видосы у
Hi
этого,
guys, I'm Asif Ali and watching CJ video. Today I created
которые
spline based ribbon trail in UE5.
на Ютубе платные он их за деньги.
Hi guys, I'm Asif Ali and watching CJ video. Today I created this ribbon fire effect in UE5.1. So let's start this tutorial how I created this.
Выглядит интересно.
Hi guys, so times. Okay, now.
Окей. Не, тут он... А там суть в том, что он сделал, а не то, как это выглядит. Он же это, технический художник. Он их прикольно показывает. Вот это прикольная штука. Короче, у него здесь их очень много бесплатных. Поэтому можешь попробовать сюда это сделать.
Hi guys, I'm Asif Ali and watching CJ video. Today I created this teleport effect using V5 Niagara and sequencer. And I'll create this from scratch so you can understand better. And if you haven't subscribed.
Не было.
Hi guys, I'm Asif Ali and just here you can find a Niagara tool. Okay, GPU because we will use. So I have like.
Да, можно пикселизировать объект. Как-то не пикселизировать, а вокселизировать, ты имеешь в виду. А, не, можно прям в вокселе превращать. Можно любой меш в вокселе превратить. Вот это я не знаю, как работает. Надо будет попробовать себе это сделать для того, когда кто-то умирать будет. Я думаю, было бы прикольно.
Asking you to connect right now.
Their interactions.
Almost a little alarming. Service working. Just 2 months ago, no model in the field scored more than 49%. And today, GPT-5 scores.
It's going to tell you its plan up front. It's going to tell you how it's going to look for the bug, maybe how it's going to fix it. This kind of communication shows some prompts, but
Короче, прикольно. Что я точно хочу, это... ну вот pixelization. Во! Видишь, смотри. Зацени. Вот это очень прикольно. Вот так хочу, короче, чтобы когда они умирали... Я думаю, это очень круто будет. Надо будет попробовать, короче. А можно прямо сейчас.
In today's video, we're going to revisit using diagram and skeletal meshes together to make this fun effect that can turn any character into a voxel version of itself. The effect can be configured to change the density of the grid and the downsampling of the mesh textures, and will include a transition between the original geometry and the voxelized version. As a bonus, we'll set it up so the voxels can detach from the model whenever we want.
Вот так хочу.
In-game as some kind of de-res ability or attack, or any other effect that requires a character to disappear, like a teleport, for example. So, without further ado, let's get started. Here's my setup. I'm using the same scene from the last few.
Погнали, прямо сейчас сделаем.
Tutorials, but I swapped the character mesh and animations for something that I thought was visually more interesting than the default mannequins from the third-person template. I downloaded all these assets from mixamo.com. There's a link on the description below. Now we can create a new Niagara system and use selected meters. Next, and let's add the empty template. We'll do everything from almost scratch. Now we can give this a name. Niagara system tutorial voxel, for example.
Ты видел, я там воду добавил, кстати.
Let's add it to the
Какую-то воду я добавил. И мне не нравится, как она выглядит, и я не знаю, что с ней делать.
character as a component. And to avoid renaming the component and adding it later, we can select it here on the content browser, then select the mesh, add Niagara Particle System component, and as you can see, it auto-populates the name and it auto-selects it here as the Niagara System asset. Just pretty convenient. Now we can double-click on it, and let's start making changes to this system. Before we start adding modules, let's change the stuff that we already have on the emitter. I'm going to start with the name, so change it from empty to something like voxel. And on the properties, I'm going to change the sim target from CPU to be an EPU sim, so we can have tons of particles without any problems in performance. And we have a warning here about dynamic bounce, so let's change it to fixed. And we can always increase the size later if we have problems with visibility. Next, on the emitter state, let's change the lifecycle mode to self, and the loop behavior to once. We only need to run the emitter one time. And finally, on particle state, let's uncheck kill particles when lifetime has elapsed.
Так, ладно, что он уже это пошел, я что-то это.
Then select the mesh.
Погнали, погнали.
click on it, change the stuff, and let's start making changes to this system. Before we start adding modules, let's change the stuff that we already have on the emitter. I'm going to start with a name, so change it from empty to something like voxel. And on the properties, I'm going to change the sim target from CPU to be an EPU sim, so we can have tons of particles without any problems in performance. And we have a warning here about dynamic bounds, so let's change it to fixed. And we can always increase the size later if we have problems with visibility. Next on the emitter state, and we can always increase the size later if we have problems with visibility. Next on the emitter state, let's change the lifecycle mode to self, and the loop behavior to once. We only need to run the emitter one time. And finally, on the particle state, let's uncheck kill particles when lifetime has elapsed, so our particles keep alive forever. State, let's uncheck kill particles when lifetime has elapsed, so our particles keep alive forever. Perfect. Now we can save it, and we're going to start by sampling this skeletal mesh. You might remember this part from previous tutorials. There's two modules of interest to us here. The first one, on the emitter update stage, is sample skeletal mesh. The other one, on the particle update, it's skeletal mesh location. So we can add both, and we can see that immediately that they both have warnings. And these warnings are all about not having. So we can add both, and we can see that immediately that they both have warnings. And these warnings are all about not having a mesh here to represent. So let's change the source mode to attach parent, so the system will use whatever mesh is attached to. And let's change the preview mesh to the same monster that I'm using outside, so claw monster. Now let's make the same changes here on skeletal mesh location, so source mode, attach parent, and preview mesh, whatever mesh you're using. Perfect. And we still don't have any particles, and it's because we're not spawning any. So on the emitter update, let's add spawn burst instantaneous. And now we have one particle, which could be our monster, but who knows. So let's increase this spawn count to maybe like 1,000. And we have a blob that vaguely resembles a humanoid. So let's go to initialize particle module and use this sprite size mode. Let's change it to uniform, so source mode, attach parent, and preview mesh, whatever mesh you're using. Perfect. And we still don't have any particles, and it's because we're not spawning any. And now we have one particle, which could be our monster, but who knows. So let's increase this spawn count to maybe like 1,000. And we have a blob that vaguely resembles a humanoid. So let's go to initialize particle module and reduce the sprite size mode. Let's change it to uniform and change the size to 1. Now this let's change it to uniform and change the size to maybe like. Now this kind of resembles our monster, but not really, and it's because we are right now sampling only the bones of the skeletal mesh. So let's change this mode from bones random here in the mesh sampling type from skeleton bones to surface triangles. And we have to do the same here. And as you can see, we have a new warning though. It's a CPU access error, and that's because this mesh needs exactly that, CPU access. And we can go into the mesh and change the property manually, but we can also click this Fix Now button and let Unreal do it for us. And if you do that, as you can see, now our sample is sticking to the surface of the mesh, not the bones. Perfect. We're partially there. Let's change the sprite renderer for something more interesting and more voxel-like. First, I'm going to remove the sprite renderer and replace it with a mesh renderer. And we can say these gizmos called nomon, that if we go to the mesh renderer, meshes we can replace. And we call nomon. Remove the sprite renderer and replace it with a mesh renderer. And we can say these gizmos called nomon, that if we go to the mesh renderer, meshes we can replace. And the editor already has a cube called sm_cube that only has 24 vertices and 12 triangles, which will be perfect for this use. And immediately we see the kraken that if we zoom out is just that our cubes are massive. So we can go to the initialize particle module, and I want to unset the sprite size. We're not using that anymore. And on mesh scale mode, I'm going to change it to uniform. And set this. Our cubes are massive. So we can go to the initialize particle module, and I want to unset the sprite size. We're not using that anymore. And on mesh scale mode, I'm going to change it to uniform and change the mesh size to maybe like 0.1. Cool. Now we have something that it's a bit more voxel-like, but I wouldn't call these voxels. The cubes are all misaligned and they're not distributed.
Прикольно.
So let's change the orientation part first. That one will be easier. So we can go to the skeletal mesh location module here
У меня
and change
уже.
the orientation sampling from apply to output. Cool. And now our cube. Cubes are aligned to the grid, but they're not still distributed correctly. And to fix that, we'll use a custom expression and a little bit of code. Let's go to the particle update and add a set new or existing parameter directly. And inside the module, click the little plus icon and search for particles position. This. And as you can see, all our particles are condensed in one point, which is the origin of the entire simulation. And that's because the default value here is engine emitter simulation position. We'll change that in a moment, but first I want to define the size of whatever grid we want to use. And I'll do that using a user parameter. So add a new float value here and change the name to something like grid size or something like that. And for now, let's take a value of 10. Now let's use this. And we could do this using a stack of operations, but 10. And change the name to something like grid size or something like that. Now let's take a value of 10. Let's use this. And we could do this using a stack of operations, but I'm going to do it, I think, a bit more elegantly using a new expression. And we can remove all this. Now let's use this. And we could do this using a stack of operations, but I'm going to do it, I think, a bit more elegantly using a new expression. And we can remove all this. And basically we want to take the position of the particles, so particles.position. And first, I want to divide it by this grid size. So divided by user.grid size. Now, let's think about it for a moment. If we had particles, let's say, at 10, 15, and 20 units, and our grid size was 10, after this operation, you could say that the first particle is at position 1 of the grid, and the third one is at position 2. But that one that is in the middle at 15 units. After dividing this, it will give us a value of 1.5. And that's exactly what we've done. So let's round this value. We can use a truncate for a floor, but I'm going to use a round. And now that will give us the exact or the rounded grid position. To multiply this again, grid size. So let's take this, parentheses. Times user grid size. And
Хочу, но я переезжать собираюсь, поэтому сейчас не надо. Будет второй моник. Блин, прикольно выглядит, слушай. Жрет, наверное, много. Это если их 16, ты спавнишь 1000, то это получается 16 тысяч. 16 тысяч это очень много. Полигончиков. Здесь сейчас 16 тысяч полигончиков.
here we have our Minecraft-looking version of our monster. And here's the final code for this expression. Round of particles position divided by user grid size times user grid size. Perfect. Now, the next thing that I want to change is to find a relationship between the size of the particles and the grid size. Because if you, let's say we change the grid size to 5. Well, now we start to have some weird intersections and problems. And especially if we say to something like 4. Now our grid is not aligned, which again could be a cool effect if you're looking for this, but I want a perfect grid. So if I set the grid size to 4, I would probably need to do this, and now our grid is perfectly aligned again. And so in this case, the scale of the mesh is the grid size divided by 100. And we could maybe get a slightly different effect like this. We could also increase the number of particles, let's say 5,000. But again, I don't want the gaps between the grid spaces, so I'm going to change this to be this number, the grid size, divided by 100. So again, we'll do that with an expression.
Прикольно, я не знал, что можно так код писать. Это удобно, кстати.
And say that this is user.grid size divided by 100. And now it doesn't matter what size of the grid we have, the particles will always align correctly. So. Cool, we're almost there, let's say. We just need to fix the colors and then figure out how we're going to do the transition between both the states. Let's do the color first. For that, we're going to need a new material. So let's call this material. And let's search here for mesh and check the box used with mesh particles.
Давай другой какой-нибудь фильм. Ну, я с Гослингом не хочу. Я не знаю, почему он всем так нравится, но мне как-то не очень. Не хочу с ним смотреть. Не знаю.
Что это вообще?
Давай что-нибудь другое. О, давай, знаешь, какой? Сейчас. Вот, недавно же вышел. Да, да почему сразу мерзкий-то? Ничего не мерзкий. Сам ты мерзкий. Нормальный фильм должен быть. Так, подожди. А что с моим вкусом? Что не так? У меня вообще-то отличный вкус на фильмы. И не только, кстати, на фильмы. Да, прекрасный вкус, в отличие от некоторых. Ну вот, в прошлый раз, например, ты помнишь? В прошлый раз ты фильм выбрал. И что было? Ну да, конечно, конечно. Все, ты меня достал. Где подушка? Сейчас получишь. Бесишь. Ой. Полчаса уже фильм выбрать не можем. Все из-за тебя. Нет, из-за тебя. Все, все. Ты меня обезвредил. Доволен? Как же я тебя люблю. Я это вслух сказала. Что? Ничего. Не знаю, что ты там слышал. Так, я тут вспомнила. Мне срочно надо пойти, отойти. Ну, я пойду, а там я решу, зачем я пошла. Выпусти. Что? Ты ничего я не сказала? Ты нормально вообще? Нет. Нет. Да блин, тебе послышалось. Мы будем фильм выбирать или нет? Кстати, может, мультфильм какой-нибудь посмотрим? Давай Зверополис пересмотрим. Да что? Ладно. Я не знаю, почему сказала. Это вырвалось. Я много всякой фигни говорю, и что теперь? Все, забей. Проехали. Все. А тебе как будто не все равно, да? Еще скажи, что ты не знала. Внезапная неожиданность. Открытие века, блин. Как будто по мне не видно, как я к тебе отношусь на самом деле. Ну, значит, ты либо слепой, либо совсем дурак. Вот и все. Да, правда. Ну, конечно, я стараюсь не показывать. Я стараюсь отвлекаться, общаться с другими людьми. Но как бы я ни пыталась, у меня не получается влюбиться в кого-то другого. А я бы очень хотела. Да. Ну, ведь у нас с тобой дружба, хорошая дружба. Не у каждого есть такой друг. Я очень ценю это. Очень сильно. И вот уж я точно не хотела портить нашу дружбу своим дебильным признанием. Как же я сейчас понимаю всю глубину выражения. Хочется провалиться сквозь землю. Так стыдно. Зачем вообще ты стал расспрашивать? М? Не мог сделать вид, что не заметил? Что нам теперь делать? Теперь уже не получится сделать вид, что ничего не было. Ты теперь все знаешь. А я чувствую себя идиоткой. Жесть. Все, я лучше пойду домой. А, мы у меня дома. Тогда... Блин, не хочу тебя прогонять. Давай просто забудем и посмотрим. Выберем, наконец, этот чёртов фильм и посмотрим, как и собирались. М? Да я не злюсь. Точнее, я разозлилась, но на себя. Не на тебя, конечно. Как я могла просто взять и сказать это? Это какой-то бред. Я просто не сдержалась. Прости. Это само вырвалось. Больше ты от меня такого не услышишь. Я обещаю. И вообще, это шутка была. Да? Угу. Вот и все. Очень смешная шутка. Обхохочешься. Блин. Ненавижу себя. Я все испортила. У нас все так хорошо было. Ну что? Зачем мне на тебя смотреть? Как я могу на тебя смотреть после такого? Я смущаюсь ужасно, у меня щеки горят просто. Я смущаюсь и злюсь. Ну, чувство облегчения тоже есть немного. Но нет, я не хотела, правда. Правда.
we just make it the simplest material, so let's take the
Тебя
particle color.
это
Oops.
веселит, что ли? Я не пойму.
We just need to add one
Опять
material
подушку
override,
хочешь получить?
and
Я
either
могу.
select the material here. Our
Сейчас.
model is white because we are not overriding the particle.
А чего хочешь? Пожалуйста, не смотри на меня. Давай вообще больше никогда не смотреть друг на друга. Давай? Что значит? Почему раньше не сказала? А зачем? Какой смысл? Вот сейчас сказала. И что? Ничего хорошего, по-моему. Просто одно дело любить и молчать. И совсем другое сказать об этом. Это все меняет. Ты понимаешь? Как прежде уж быть не может после такого.
Then let's do that with a sample.
Я так не хочу руинить нашу дружбу. Но после того, что я тут наболтала, убейте меня.
Sample texture model. So add a sample texture and make sure that it's after the skeletal mesh location.
Я не милая. Зачем ты так говоришь? Ты смущаешь
Because we're going
меня
to use
еще
data from
больше.
here. Now, for the texture, I know that my model is going to use the mutant diffuse
Да я
texture,
прекрасно
so I'll
знаю,
select that. And for the
как ты ко мне
UVs,
относишься.
just search for sample. And we have basically two that we can use, the
Как
emitter or the particle.
к
However,
хорошему
the emitter is
другу.
just the initial value, so make sure that you select this one, the particle escalate.
Мы хорошо проводим время вместе. Ты мне доверяешь, вроде бы. Я тебе очень доверяю. Ну и все. Я бы ужасно хотела быть
Skeletal mesh
твоей
location
девушкой.
sample UV. And well, now our model is colored and voxelized, and the voxels are aligned. But there is still a bunch of
Хочу попробовать, что когда умирает чел, он, короче, взрывается в пикселе.
Ты бы уже...
Yeah, our characters were voxelized, but seeing the original mesh underneath makes it a bit hard to see. Now, you might be tempted to just
Чисто на одну секунду.
you might be tempted to just go here and
Блять, что там за звуки пошли?
the visible checkbox. However, if you just do that, there is an issue here.
Айо.
And what's happening is that the Niagara system now doesn't have a mesh to scan. So making it invisible, sorry, in this case, and because of optimizations, it's also making it kind of unreadable for other parts of the
Нет, друзья так точно не делают. Что получается? Я тоже не просто друг для тебя.
of the system. So let's go back to make it visible, and instead we'll go to the render settings. Here we are. So I'm going to uncheck visible in main pass, and also render in depth pass. And if you were using ray tracing, you might also make it visible in ray tracing. In reflection.
Я не верю, что это происходит. Я завтра проснусь и как бы это поприличнее выразиться, испытаю крайнюю степень удивления. А почему ты раньше не говорил? Ладно. Ну, кажется, я уже не так жалею, что проговорилась.
As well, again, based on your project needs. Now go back, and now we don't have a character, but the shadow is not the shadow from the particle, so let's do that next. But the shadow is not the shadow from the particle, so let's do that next. So if we should for the shadow, disable the shadow on mesh and enable the shadow on particles. And let's try one more time. Perfect. Now our shadow looks like voxels, and our mesh looks like voxels, and the original mesh of the character is gone. Perfect. Now we need to address the flickering. Okay, let me stop this. So the flickering happens because we're still sampling the texture in a continuous way, where we need discrete values, just as we're doing for the positions. Imagine it's something like aligning the texture colors into a grid. So for each space of the grid, we just get the first color that we find.
Это было мучение какое-то
So
слушать.
to that, here on the sample texture module, I'm going to change the UV for an expression. And this is a bit more complicated, so give me a second to type it out, and then I will show it in a fresh notepad, so it's easier to copy. And this is the final expression I used. I'll paste it in a WordPad in a moment. But I also created a new parameter, float value, called texture grid size, which I'm using here. Okay, paste this, and this is the code. And it will be easier to understand.
Просто хочу попробовать, как это будет
I
выглядеть.
organize it in a little different way. So, since we're working in UV coordinates, we need to make a float too. And we're repeating the same operation that we did earlier with the positions. But instead of using the particle position, in this case we're using the particle sample skeletal mesh location or skeletal mesh location.
Ну, я что даже не посмотрел, что они...
And we're separating that into the X and Y components. So for X, we're doing the sample UV.x divided by the texture grid size, rounded, and then multiplied by the texture grid size. And same thing for the Y coordinate. Now you can see the effect if I adjust this. So we have right now 0.01 value, which gives a good amount of detail. You can see some of the detail in the hair of this guy and some of it in the face. But let's say increase it to 0.1. That means that now our texture only has 10 colors by 10 colors distributed in that grid. And
Ну, я не думаю, что это оптимально.
To type the final expression I used. I'll paste it in a WordPad in a moment. But I also created a new parameter, float value, called texture grid size, which I'm using here. Okay, paste this, and this is the code. And it will be easier to understand if I organize it in a little different way. Maybe like this, and where's the comma here, and like that. So, since we're working in UV coordinates, we need to make it small. Then run one, some of it in the face, but let's say increase it to 0.1. And then we lose a bunch of detail, which for a grid space of this size or grid size this small probably would be a little weird, but maybe if we increase this to maybe 5 or 6, now you can see the colors aligning a little bit better. Now we can see the panels between both. It doesn't station next time with the same ratio our character. And let's add a new parameter here, a new scalar parameter. I will call this one transition, and let's do a simple one by using a bounding box. So what I want to do is have a transition that goes up and down between the mesh and the particles. And this node, bounding box space 0, 1, UVW, does exactly that. It gives you a 0 to 1 range.
Вот этот мне точно не надо.
The bounding box of the object. So we can now take a step operation between these two values. So I'm going to use the step an axis of effect. Okay, so here I have the third person character blueprint, and I haven't changed anything here. So we can add a new event, and I'm going to use this, and we'll need a new boolean. We can call this is voxelizing, or voxelizing, what a word. And every time that we release alt, we'll toggle between true and false for this. So we need a get and a set. And on release, we'll just set this value to not the current value. Cool. Now we have a toggle. Now we can take this and use it on a branch. Make some room. And let's add a timeline here. We can call this timeline transition and transition. So let's date this material value. So okay. Add back. Now we can also reverse it mid-time. We don't need to wait for it to finish.
Прикольная, кстати, вот эта штучка.
Add back. See if this works. Sweet. Now we can also reverse it mid-time. We don't need to wait for it to finish. But I forgot to add back the shadow. So let's enable this guy as a shadow caster again, so we can see if the shadow updates its opacity, which it should. Yeah, and we can see.
Блин, прикольно.
It's fading away. Excellent. Now we need to just use this transition track timeline that we created and apply that to the visibility of the particles somehow. I'm back in the third person character blueprint, and we're going to reuse this transition track that we created to pass the value to Niagara. But instead of just passing the alpha from 0 to 1, let's pass the absolute world coordinate where the particles should or shouldn't be visible. Now let's take the mesh and get the component bounding box. So component bounds. And this gives us basically a bounding box of this object in two vectors, the origin and two intervals. There's a high to print, you can scale calls and one of the particles. And now, if we change the alpha to 0, you would expect these particles to disappear. However, they're still there. And it's because we are still not using the alpha on the material. Go to Mesh Render, double click on the material, and let's connect this. And now we apply, particles disappear with an alpha of 0. Perfect. However, we want to use this transition line, so let's do that and do this in an expression. And this one will be pretty simple. We just want to do, let's say, the step of particles we might need to change compile initial value of we have a creature, it's well-defined shadow, and if we press Alt, oh yeah, I didn't make the particles visible. Sorry about that. Let's go to a third-person character, select the particles, and make them visible again. Compile, and now save. And now it should work. Let's see. Great. And we can always speed up or slow down the effect by changing the values on the timeline and change the parameters on the graph. However, you might have noticed this one. What's happening here is that, okay, let me show my mouse. Right now, the height at which particles are not being seen is the end of the transition line, which we calculated according to the bounding box. However, now we're not updating the timeline, so the bounding box is not updating anymore, which means that the height of the particles is still this line here. And if we jump, now anything above that line disappears. Let's fix that next with a few comments and be right back. To fix the problem of timeline, and that means we will optimal this example with this, and transition is happening. Let's wait for it to finish, and I can jump now and move up and down, and the effect doesn't disappear. Excellent. The particles fall. In a similar way to what we did for the material transition, we're going to use the blueprint to control this new effect. So add a new boolean, we'll call it particle physics enabled. We can actually copy this name.
Я бы тут хотел, да.
And let's do the same as here. Let's first get set and not boolean. So every time that we press a key, it will toggle between true or false. And let's set this one to left control on release. And after it changed, we'll pass that value to Niagara. So we can use the set Niagara variable tool and connect this set and the value here. And we'll use the same variable name, particle physics enable. That's okay. We can compile and save and go to our particle system. Now, first thing that we want to do here is to add a boolean, and we can reuse the same name, particle physics enabled, and let's start making use of that. Let's add a few of the modules that use physics to this particle update stage. I'm going to keep things simple and maybe add a gravity force. Then we'll need to click this fix issue to auto add the solve forces and velocity. And I'm going to move the set position after that one. And let's say we can add also a drag and maybe a curl noise force. Maybe this 500, let's see, 20 or 15 would probably be okay. And yeah, we can also add a collision. Change it to distance fields. Work pretty very well. And let's link this to the particle physics enabled boolean. So to do that, we can go to the solve forces and velocity and click here to expand this view and show these parameters. And I'm going to uncheck the right to pre-solve properties because it cannot be dynamically linked. And for this one, I'm going to drag the particle physics enabled. And link it here. So solve forces and velocity only gets applied when this checkbox is done. And you can see that when it's on, our character goes down a little bit, the gravity compresses it. It's kind of funny, but what's happening is that this effect is fighting against this skeletal mesh location. And to correct that, here we have this right to particle position. So we want the opposite of the solve forces and velocity. We want to write to this position only when this is not enabled. So let's add a boolean not operation and drag this bool to link it, or drag this parameter to link it to this property. And now it goes away really fast, but really it's falling down. Okay, so I think we're ready to try. I want to also maybe inherit a little bit of the velocity. So here on velocity sampling, I'm going to change it from output to apply. And then instead of having a constant value, I'm going to actually make a custom float from bool. So again, we can drag this and connect it. Link it here to this bool property. And for true, I don't want to inherit the whole velocity, maybe half of it. And I want to have a low speed limiter, so maybe 50. Yeah, it's probably fine. Now we can save and compile. And we'll do that next. You can see that when it's this position, particle physics enabled, and let's start making use of that. Let's add a few of the modules that use physics to this particle update stage. I'm going to keep things simple and maybe add a gravity force. Then we'll need to click this fixed issue to how to add the solve forces and velocity. And I'm going to move the set position after that one. And let's say we can add also a drag and maybe a curl, noise force, drag the particle physics. And instead of having a constant value, and we're ready to try. Good. Once I press go.
Окей, сейчас посмотрим, как это выглядит. Интересно. А, так это должно быть. Прикольно так-то. Ну так-то прикольно. Ну так-то прикольно. Сейчас посмотрим, сейчас на НПЦ это сделаем прям. Мне нравится, что их много, их 1000. Их не должно быть 1000, их должно быть где-то, ну, 100 штучек. Что-то много как будто звучит. Ну-ка. А я не помню, какой там год мод делает. 6, 5. Что-то не... Блять, я испугался. Что-то не особо. Потому что я не поставил. Ну-ка. Что-то они не взрываются. Меч что летает? О. Ну. Пусть 10 будет. Collision будет? Да, что-то слабая какая-то штучка. Ну, вот это уж прикольнее. Ну, что-то... Почему их только 5 штучек спавнится? Ладно. Прикольно, конечно. Но... Ну, кстати, для чего это может быть прикольно, между прочим, это для фонарика. Это можно светлячку дать, кстати. Прикольно. Прикольно. Может быть, спрайт? Найс! Вот это, кстати, прикольно. Вот это, кстати, прикольно. Surface Additive Unlit. Вот это очень круто, кстати.
Два 10. Ну какой он? Ха-ха-ха-ха-ха! Прикольно. Они как будто вечно спавнятся. Прикольно. Хе-хе-хе-хе-хе. Прикольно, прикольно. Правильно понимаю, что это получается, что я могу увеличить grid size и spawn count? Можно сделать с 5 до... Нифига.
Hola amigos, today I bring you another tutorial inspired by the Spider-Verse movies. When combined with the effect from the last video, this post-process material can produce really interesting results. We'll make everything configurable so you can adjust this to your project needs, from the texture scaling or the blend opacity to the amount of video glitch overlays.
Зацени аналика, наверное. Сейчас скину.
The speed and increase the scale so it's easier to see. Now you can see a little
Wow.
bit of the motion, right? On this distortion, you can see these pieces go from one side to the other before they change. And if we increase this power, now all this movement or a lot of this movement disappears, and they are just either on one place or the other, but kind of not in between. Now we pixels within 25 units of the impact. The mesh is still technically is to disable both the capture. You can also mesh inwards in the damage area. Your render mode to override can give this one without a mesh target. Fade material stage, but will in the direction of the mesh that emits source particles from a skeletal mesh, which are then sampled by another 2 emitters, one of them for the smoke and one for the embers. By the way, if you want to know more about sampling skeletal meshes in Niagara, check out this once in the Begin Play event. Ada set Niagara variable texture, but at the time of making this tutorial, image twice or more nanite of the render target, in this case 1024, and then part is not the position of the pixel.
Hola amigos. As promised in the last video, today I bring you a full tutorial on how to simulate tentacles and other similar effects using Niagara. Here, I use them to bring this very simple creature to life, but the base is quite flexible and can be used to achieve a large number of effects. The PlayStation 5 game Returnal is an excellent example of this, and the inspiration for me to create this effect. A word of advice before we begin. This is going to be a long tutorial, so grab your popcorn, buckle up, and let's start with a quick breakdown of how all this works. The first are being applied by the neighbors when they pull or push to keep each particle. The reason for this is our constraint solver stage. You see, since we are applying the algorithm after the solve forces and velocity step, the particles just move without supplying their kinetic force back to the system. However, the fix is quite simple. Add a calculate accurate velocity step to the solver stage right after the scratch pad. Once we go back to the scene and try again, we can immediately see the difference. The chain particles have more inertia, and the whole effect feels much better in motion now. Congratulations, we got the hardest part out of the way. In the next section, we'll see some of the options available to display these systems in-game, starting with the ribbon renderer. Add one of these to the render stage, and in the properties, change the shape to a tube and increase the...
Потому что он для цепи.
Hola amigos! This week I was quite busy with life, so today I bring you a short tutorial about an effect that some of you have asked about, but I've also seen it requested in places like Reddit and the Unreal forums. And that is how to achieve this choppy animation style that we can see in movies like Into the Spider-Verse and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In cartoons, this has been traditionally called animating on 2s or 3s, etc., and this refers to the number of frames that each drawing is held for in a sequence. For example, if this character was animated on 2s, we would need to redraw its pose once every 2 frames, and so on. In Unreal, most of the animation tools and features work in reference to time, meaning that if we really wanted to recreate a 100% accurate version of this effect, we would need to recode some low-level portions of the engine. So instead of that, I'll show you how to change the animation settings to make a pretty decent version of this effect. And as you can see, this is only applied to the character, and the rest of the world, including particle systems and physics, still run at the normal frame rate, which in this case is around 120 FPS. And now, without further ado, it is smoothly. Now, in a big production, you would start this process with an animation set that was already created at the desired frame rate, like 12 frames per second or something like that. In this case, let's assume that you already have some animations and you just want to make them choppy. We are going to start by opening the animation blueprint so we can easily locate all the animations that our character is using. In this case, we have 3: idle, running forward, and waving. Let's open the running one. Now, by default, we can see it's very smooth, and let's pause it for a moment. We can see that if we move the timeline between frames 0 and 1, we still have a very smooth motion. And obviously we have only keyframes in these points, but the engine is interpolating the skeleton between those, so we get this very smooth effect. Now let's start by changing the import settings. So here we see that it's using the default sample rate, which samples the original animation that we are importing at 30 frames per second. So let's uncheck that, and now we can use this custom sample rate. By default, it's set to 0, which lets the engine calculate what's the best sample rate for this content, but we want to set it to 12. Now, if we re-import the animation, we are probably going to get an error, and that's because the animation length, which is 0.7 seconds, is not divisible by 12, or is not compatible with 12 frames per second. So let's check this box that says snap to closest frame boundary. We do that, then re-import, and now it works, and we see that it had to crop the animation length, or change the animation length to match this 12 frames per second. So instead of being 0.7, now it's 0.667. That's fine, but if we hit play, now that we have way less frames, now it's running really fast, but it's still being interpolated. So let's go up to the top and change here our interpolation from linear to step. And now if we scrub the timeline, nothing changes until it gets to 1, then it gets to the next pose, then 2, and so on. But it's still running really, really fast. So let's change the rate scale, maybe from 1 to, in this case, 0.3. Now press play, And now we have a pretty good illusion of motion, but at 12 frames per second. Perfect. Now let's do the same on the other two animations.
Интересно.
Let's see it again. It's really hard to say. Let's say it again in slow motion. So here we have our idle pose. Look at his arms. And before it starts running at 12 frames per second, it's still smoothly interpolating or blending between both poses. And the same happens if we do the salute. Now to fix that, let's go back to our animation blueprint. Let's take a look at any of these transitions. For example, the one between idle and wave. Here on the blend settings, we can see that it's set to a duration of 0.2 using...
Ну-ка, ща попробуем.
in this cubic in-out.
Прикол. Прикольно.
Curve to blend between both poses. So first I want to change the duration to make it a bit more snappy, so maybe 0.1. And next, let's take a look at this curve. So what it means is at the bottom we have one pose, in this case will be idle, and at the top, or at value of 1, we have our waving pose. And as we can see in this curve, is blending between both of them very smoothly. What we want is to stay at 0 until maybe half, where it changes to instantly to blend between both poses, and then stay also constant at that value until the end, where it changes to the second pose, or what is also known as a step curve. Now, if we go through the presets, there's nothing like that. Maybe the quintic in-out resembles a bit like that, but it's still very smooth in these slopes here. So let's start by changing it to custom, and next we're going to create our own custom blend curve to plug in here. So open the content browser, right-click on it, and let's search for curve. Now the type of curve that we need is a curve float, so select that, give this a name, maybe curve, anim, step, and let's zoom it out, and we need 3 points, so middle mouse on the curve will create a point, so we want one of these points to be at 1, 1, so here it is, 1, 1, this one will be at 0.5, 0.5, on there, and this one stays at 0, 0. now we have a linear curve. But if we select all the nodes and change the interpolation to constant, so here we have the different interpolation modes, select constant, now we have our step curve. So the pose will stay at the original pose until 0.5, then it changes to a blend between both of them until the end of the transition, where it changes to the second pose. So let's save it, go back to our blueprint, and now we can drag our new animation from the content browser to the custom blend curve property. Now compile.
Mhm. Hmm.
Fuck, mistake. Ah. Ай-яй-яй-яй. Идиот. Бесполезно. Блядь. А. А. Sure.
Hmm.